Every day, everywhere, people Anyway, so I'm going to complete this party of Yoru grind again because I have to do it twice. I have to do everything twice. 4 times, if you really think about it. So I'm going to do that today. News has dropped about the Terry Torres story. Which I'm currently considering the scary story of the flary flora of Terra Torah. Because I assume there's going to be some sort of Thargoid-based flora, exobiology that we're going to be discovering. HIP 87621. But I have no basis for that assumption other than the fact that I'm ignorant of what's about to happen. So, on the basis of my ignorance, I'm going to make that assumption, and I will be disappointed if that's not what the case is. And I will chasten Frontier Development for not abiding with my assumptions based on ignorance. I probably won't be that upset. I have a lot of other things that I can be really upset about. So it'll probably be like a minor disappointment if that doesn't turn out to be the case. Also, there's like a nice slant line in there, which I wouldn't be capable of using anymore in the event that it doesn't turn out to be the case. So, I'm going to cross my fingers like this, and then hop back into my, or Jorah's, case study, if you want to call it that, and complete some engineering grind. If you've been watching the streams, why? You will have seen that I moved away from HIP 87621 for the time being, and over to Yoru to do the engineer grind. And when I complete
you look
that,
like someone who can handle themselves. Are you looking for work?
Seems really loud. And when I complete that, I will then have frags, which is something that I would like to have. So, you all know who I am, and if you don't, that's unfortunate. And if you don't, again, unfortunate on your behalf. I am Commander Havelock, and that is the in-game character which I play, and whose story I'm currently telling. That one there. That's not a real person, in case you didn't know. That's just a digital representation of particular values in a graphic engine. That's, how do I say this? Hey, need those. That's designed to provide some form of visual cue for all those who need to see things to believe them. Where are we at? I could probably use some more graphene. Huh. I'll hold off on that. I don't have that much of a reputation here in Yoru on this account, so I'm hoping that some support missions show up where I can just pay my way through, because that makes it like way easier to deal with. I just get those levels up quick. In the event that I get this done quicker, I may decide to go back onto the Jorah account and then complete the upgrades on those frags on that account. I have some ship ideas that I would like to look into. I used to use the Imperial Clipper with like a full barrage of those things as like a ramming attack dog vessel, which is always fun. But unfortunately, as you can see, or as you have just been shown again, that is no longer a thing, as that story has been completed. I mean, I could go back in there if I feel like doing it, just to play within the Horizons servers, but I don't see why. I mean, there's no reason not to. There's also no reason to, and I can also do it with this one. Yes. Very, very confusing group of people. I want you to know that I feel that way about you. Also, there's still the Kali on my PlayStation account, which I don't currently have access to because I'm not in a position to make use of my PlayStation. Bradley Lawrence is aware that they're a target. Alright, so I gotta kill a bunch of folks real quick, because that seems like the quickest way to do this. And I'll walk you through the process of killing these folks. I mean, there's not really much to talk about. You just go in with your weapons and just start shooting things. I think that pretty much sums it up. Alright, that job's done. How's your day? It's November 8th. I feel like that should be an important day. But it isn't. Nothing rings a bell. It's Saturday, which means that most of you should be home playing, ideally. I assume stocking up. The most recent Frontier Developments update revealed that there's going to be a new ship and a new game feature, both of which seem pretty cool, which I don't have any real reason to think anything much about at the moment, because we don't currently have access to them. The Caspian is a large exploration vessel by Zorgon Peterson, who are the makers of the Mandalay, the Asp, not the Asp, the Mandalay, the Adder, the FDL, and the Mamba. I assume, because it's made by Zorgon Peterson, that it will have some form of combat utility. One can only surmise that the company itself will continue to produce vessels of that sort. It looks like the start. I think that might be another send-off for former community manager Arthur Tomey, who was a self-avowed Star Trek fan. It doesn't get anything new, it looks like a spaceship. But the other new reveal is that the new feature is going to be a game option, not really a game option, a mission set, series of mission sets called Operations, which are going to be multi-stage, multi-tiered missions, which is something that I asked for. I think a lot of people have asked for that too. I don't know if they're going to do it in the way that I asked for it. I put a suggestion up quite a while back about the possibility of putting up multi-stage missions that provide increased degrees of sway for the BGS and power play, which makes it so that single commanders can have a far larger impact based on their degree of commitment to any given set of missions. I assume it's probably not going to work that way, because then everybody's going to do it, and it's just going to throw the entirety of the BGS and the power play out of whack. But they have a science to that kind of thing, and I don't feel like doing that science for the moment, because they're not paying me to do that. So what I can surmise at the moment is that there's going to be a major change in the way that the game is played because of those new options, and I am into that. So cool, and I await that that update. On top of that, I have another suggestion on the forums, which I will probably also likely not be applied or taken in. I mean, it might. That'd be awesome. For another large vessel. In this, what is that thing I'm referring to? It would be a Lakon vessel, and it would be released under the Alliance wing in the same way with the Chieftain Crusader and what's that last one? The third one that I never made use of. Challenger, Chieftain, and Crusader. That I was suggesting would be called the Admiral. But if they want to go with the Seas, I think I put another suggestion up there on the forum as well. It'd be a large vessel with a particular flight profile that favors the use of yaw and the use of lateral thrust when positioning for a shot, which is something that is inherently missing from the large vessels. I mean, the large vessels are slow and lumbering either way, which is why I like flying the mid-ranges. But essentially, for all of these vessels, the vertical roll, that's not the correct way to say that. There's a particular terminology to this. I wonder if it's in there. Ship controls, station. The pitch. The pitch axis is generally the faster of the two when compared to the yaw, which makes a lot of sense in terms of traditional flight profiles, in that turning from side to side like that, yaw, isn't easy for what do they call them? Atmospheric-based vessels, because there's no resistance, or there's less resistance when you're sliding like this. Because there's less resistance, you're not going to be catching wind to turn. Hence the pitch. I'm not a physicist, but this is essentially how this works. But when you're in space, there's no resistance at all. So all of these things are based on certain assumptions about all the way the ships are designed in terms of pitch, roll, and yaw, are sort of based on some, how do I say that? Assumption that we would have a need for any given degree of freedom to be faster or greater than any other. And there's one that is not currently the case, which is a large vessel with a fast yaw and fast lateral thrust, but slow roll. All of them are slow, none in particular have the fast yaw and fast lateral thrust. I also want giant cannons on it. Because who doesn't like giant cannons? Nobody's. How's who doesn't like that? Because they're giant cannons, and because Nakato Kane has to deal with the Concorde cannons, I sort of made the assumption and suggestion that it should be coming out of Nakato Kane. It would mean that there would be a bunch of stuff in the story that I would have to figure out if I were to be the game developer on that point, which I won't be, and that doesn't make any sense unless they want to offer me a job, which I could use. But who the fuck knows, man? I just want to get in a large vessel that flies like a fucking Navy carrier on water, but in 3 dimensions. That would be awesome, man. That's really the end of that in my book, because that would be awesome, man. Not really sure how better to describe why we would want, as a community, a new large ship in the immediate aftermath of the Caspian. That focuses specifically on combat, when there is indeed the Caspian coming out, which is, while dubbed an exploration ship, has been produced by the company that makes combat ships. And it would be because I want to fly that particular flight profile. So it looked like a giant chieftain, or a giant crusader, or a giant challenger. Essentially, it'd just be this giant bumblebee floating in space with high yaw, because the engines allow it to make use of sort of a split engine thrust and reverse axis. It's also like a really, really low protection. It's the idea that I put up there. It's got 6 utilities, which is really low for a large combat-based vessel. I think that's equal to the Clipper, which, as many of you know, is not entirely the most I didn't intend for that to happen, but that worked out in my favor. Come here, man. Playing with my food. I am feeling kind of bored at the moment, man. I'm sure it reflects on like my stunted emotional disposition. And I assure you that I am in a relatively decent mood, albeit also slightly dumb because I was once again drinking. It took quite a while. There we go. That's one. Spencer. Might be a real person's name. Oh man. Yeah, so, oh yeah, I should comment on that. I don't know how best to approach this particular reality about the Nain locks. So, for those of you who've read the story, there is a character by the name of Larry, who was an Imperial courier, or rather just a courier, who's like an agent for the organization. So unfortunately, it turns out to be the case that Larry, my character, happens to have the same name as a convicted felon in my home state of California, and a particularly monstrous felony for which he has been convicted. I spoke about this to a couple of folks in the Prismatic Imperium, neither of whom seemed all that disturbed by it, but also recognized the mild inconvenience to me of having such a thing in there. So I dealt with it in the story as best I could. But if I must be honest with myself, should I decide to carry the story forward into a book with publishers, that will probably have to be changed. I don't have any real explanation for why that name ended up being the one in the story, other than it just had a nice ring to it. Sort of how it went with Nain Incorporated as well, oddly enough. I think I've explained this before. Cadence Nain and Coral Nain were both names that came from name generators that you can find online when you look up baby name generators. Yep. So there's that. I assure you there is no connection between that. That has not been produced in the immediate aftermath of my having written the story with no regard for my actual wishes nor efforts, literally at all. Also reality hilly at all. For real though, yeah, that's a thing. Unfortunately for the world. But you can still read the story and remember that names are just names, and that a lot of people have had the same name, and sometimes the same birthday. Only so many sounds and days of the year. Yeah. I'm glad I dealt with that. I'm glad I got that out to you guys so that you now have that information and can recount that to everybody. That, wow, that guy really liked that name to such an extent that he did not do any research at all before using that in his story. Yep. That's about how that went. I have no further commentary on that matter. But yeah, it's there. It's in a relatively inconvenient reality that it's in there. At the time that I was writing the story, I was moving at such a clip that I didn't feel like going all the way back and changing all of that stuff and having to like redo the entirety of an entire portion of the story. When I finished it, I still didn't feel like doing that because if you're reading it, then you're reading it, and I assume that you're going to be blowing right through that in light of the realities of everything else about this story, including Coral Nain and Cadence Nain and Nain Incorporated, and also Noor for that matter. So why wouldn't that just be what happens in this story? It's only 1,300 years in the future. But again, in the event that this thing happens to go forward, which it probably won't, but it might, who knows? I don't know. In the event that it does, I will probably have to change that. And I'll probably have to add a bunch of stuff and change a bunch of stuff in terms of names and dates. And I think, what is it, Garen and Rachel would probably be like, don't do that, that's dumb. Or you can't do that because you're dumb. Or whatever professional advising mature professional adults in this industry do when they have to deal with their own properties and figure out how to amend someone else's efforts to make it approvable to the IP holders. But barring that, we should all be good. Like, should all be all right. Everything's gonna be okay. We'll all make it past this moment, and then every moment after that, hopefully. I mean, I hope you do. I don't recommend uh, looking further deeply into what you will find in the first element of reading the story and finding out why this is a thing that I felt like I would need to address. Um, Beyond that, I have been putting in new chapters, new video segments for the Zero Core story run. As I have been slowly developing my ideas about who these characters are going to be to me, so that I can hopefully at some point in the near future conduct some real like ironclad, like fucking deep fucking seances to communicate with the future, so I can see what they are and figure out who who and what they intend to become uh, to the rest of you as they communicate themselves through me to you from the future to the present. I have been putting up music, which I'm getting copyright warnings for, and then just deleting. Which again meets with my approval, not that it's needed, but is an agreeable reality having to do with YouTube's current musical contracts with BMI, EMI, whatever the fuck they deal with, UMG, whatever it is, major version. At one point it was BMI and EMI. Now it's God knows who. I don't care. But somebody does it. One can only assume they'll figure something out that would be amenable to everybody. Some form of statistical accounting that takes into account the realities of the accounts and the accounts themselves. I'm just waiting for this thing to happen, and I'm vomiting out words at the moment. Where am I? I've had an hour-long stream, and I've been talking for a good amount of it, which seems relatively unfortunate in my book, under conditions where I would prefer to not, for the most part. I mean, it's hard to tell a story when my fucking face is just sitting there. I assume there's probably a little bit of confusion about where the story is for those of you who had done the reading and then have tried to follow Zero Core. I understand it's a little bit confusing at the moment. I haven't fleshed it out all that much, but I have provided you with some tendrils and some handholds. Whether or not you guys are capable of like climbing that is up to your skill level in terms of knowing how things work and understanding relationships. And understanding the interiors of various diegeses that are simultaneously existing. But that's it's the challenge for the spectator at the moment. So whether or not you can follow the degree to which the characters' identities amidst their entireties of societies are no longer going to be reliably persistent, nor consistent to the realities of their operational needs and goals. The two girls from the original Nain logs are indeed now NPCs. This is for all of us here in the real world who are trying to make sense of what's happening. Two girls are now NPCs, and they'll generally play the role. I've already explained this. They generally play the role of that Callie and Clara played at one point, which is the two elders, wise elders. But they will also be replacing Carl in terms of their handler roles. Again, you can feel free to watch the videos if you can sit through them. You can turn them on at work and get a better idea about what's going on in here. I assume that at some point when I'm in a position to like really jump headfirst into it, not headfirst, I jump headfirst into it. When I jump into like a full-scale clip of productive capabilities to my best efforts, which are always what I'm doing. I will provide a recap that will provide a little bit more insight and a little bit more clarity if that is currently what you need. The confusion is intentional. I do intend to maintain a certain degree of a lack of clarity for you as a spectator, as this is a live situation, a live game in which people are live action role playing. Unfortunately for everybody. I'm gonna have to take a piss in a second. Before I do that, I'm gonna kill somebody. I have to get out of there before my ship gets shot. Oh man, I gotta go. I may simply decide to go into a hab and stand there for a while. God damn it. Hurry.
I'm just gonna check you out.
Yes, do so.
I thought commanders always respected the law. Get going.
Maybe not. Oh, you motherfucker. There are no zeros in this map, are there? Either or not. So what I'm gonna do is find a charge station. I'm just gonna stand there charging. Oh man, I gotta go. That's pretty rough. I will be right back.
Reporting in.
I'm done taking a piss. Nobody knew. I mean, I hope. Well, no. I'm going to assume that nobody knew
All quiet here.
what was going on with Larry's character. Being who Larry's character was.
Just a minute, Commander.
Namely because there wasn't anything going on that would have been
This
constitutional
won't take long. Just a quick scan.
of Larry's character being anything other than a
None of
person
your
that had
warrants
the name.
involve us. All right, we're good.
That unfortunately
Hey,
has a present day also use. Oh man. I gotta find this dude and kill him now. 'Cause that's apparently my job. And there he is.
nothing to report.
What I'm going to do is watch this person. So, how's that? Spencer is a skilled combatant. Never takes a shield down. Seems pretty wasteful, I suppose. Just gonna watch for a little bit, see what he does. See if I can take care of him. With 1 to 2 shots, I'm gonna have to walk straight over to him and shoot him in the fucking face.
Sit rep normal.
Reporting in.
All quiet here. Nothing to report.
I don't technically have to do anything other than kill. There are no other requirements of this mission. I think that might be my chance.
Stay there, Commander. I'm gonna scan you. Don't you dare. Engaging hostile.
So that's generally how it's done. Just take a high-powered weapon, and then you walk right up to them, and then they'll scan you. And you shoot them while they're scanning you. So that's just currently how it works. Now I should point out that the new update that's coming out, this one that's going to have the operations update, has also promised alterations in NPC AI, so maybe that will mean a much higher difficulty level when it comes to missions such as these, where you can pretty much just walk up to them and then shoot them in the face, because they have no current ability from a computer perspective to make sense of the person jumping around their base as being particularly suspicious. It is what it is. I don't have any idea of what it is that they intend to produce, but that would be nice. If you notice, the past couple times I've been playing, I tried to make an effort to do less just wanton killing and violence, to make use of a little bit more stealthiness, while conducting certain missions. And it reminded me of that game, reminded me of the fucking Metal Gear franchise. And I thought to myself, man, would that be awesome to be able to play the Space Legs version of this in the same way that I would have to play Metal Gear. By that I don't just mean like, you know, crawling around stealthily, but also being able to like pick shit up and throw it into a particular area to lure NPC guards into a certain area where they can be subsequently taken down quietly, while minimizing the possibility of their bodies being discovered by other guards. That would be fun. That would be really fun to be able to do. Well, we'll find out. Never mind. At some point, I think in like mid to late December or January or something. We'll see. We'll see. So as you can see, I've got a shit ton of notoriety that I've got to burn off. So if I decide to take a break, I will indeed just be doing that in the same way that I was doing in the other previous stream. You can all take a gander at Gino Dannon while listening to some blues, or whatever music is playing at any given a moment in time. Gotta bump that status up quite a little bit before I can get this thing taken care of. I've already got the what's-its-faces that I brought over with the Jorah account yesterday. The Z-He companion what's-its-faces, which are like Furbies, based on the description that I read, and not like other things which have been discussed as of late in various playgroups in Elite Dangerous. By which I mean AI-controlled sex dolls, which we were talking about in the Serious Discord server recently. Why? No real reason. No real reason at all. No real reason at all. Boy, serious and interesting game over. Great. I'm supposed to kill somebody else. I haven't done yet. Alright. Those. I have another one that I have to use for that. Spray the fucker with it. Yes, those things will happen sometimes. When conditions are conducive. Incentive produced or provisioned. Yes, drinking is expensive. In case you didn't know. Uh, particularly pestering habit in terms of intellectual development to have to deal with. Um, so you have to dumb yourself down to such an extent that it presents as psychological unwellness, especially when there's already psychological unwellness because of having to drink. Um, but I still do like drinking, so it's a good hobby for me. And it is, in the words of the inimitable Doug Stanhope, a solution to my problem for the time being. Fortunately, I'm not drinking now. Now, you guys have watched me on the stream know that I have made a habit of drinking while on stream, which I advocate for all of you who also play the game, because it's not as unhealthy as any number of conditions faced by the contemporary human being in overdeveloped society. But unfortunately, no, I'm not drinking at the present moment. I have to do this without solutions. It's also pretty slow going at the moment. So because of that, I have to try to fill space because I already put my fucking face on here. For you to gander at while trying to make sense of what's going on in the story of Jorah and Juno and Quarrel and Cadence and Terry and Tora, and whoever else the other folks are. Rad dicks. Um, Anywho, I'm going to kill this guy now. Doesn't even know weapon zone. So I now going to find Bradley Lawrence, who was probably also a real human being in the world somewhere, who is about to get killed, man, in my game. But not in the real world. I mean, I hope that would be an awful thing to have happen. Just to make sure that my game remained diegetically succinct and coherent. Don't you think? Hey, what's up, guy? In a head. Hey, buddy.
Make sure you stick to the rules.
I will indeed be doing such a thing.
a minute, Commander.
Now he's dead. I'm for a gut shot this time. So I usually shoot them in the face. But I felt like for Bradley Lawrence, a gut shot would have been a superior approach. I have an open ticket with Thrustmaster for that, but I have yet to take care of that right there. So I will eventually be taking care of that. I've yet to open up my. But no, that's not true. I've had to do some cleaning. But my inquiry has to do with the use of these smart protocols in order to minimize the software's recognition of the hardware caused jitter. I don't even know if that's a thing that it can do, but I did ask the question. And one might surmise they already have an answer ready. These guys are taking a while. Also the flu. Assuming that the psychos are actually in space. Yes, there are indeed some folks. Only the ones on my carrier. people here with orange skins that I've yet to find. In the library. Docking request denied. Not a lot of missions. Thanks my names particularly. I'll take all of these. Occurring is super boring. So it looks like there's going to be some fighting. I feel like doing some space fighting. Probably going to get ganked for saying that. Probably just a poor invitation at this point. But, that's how many missions is that? 4. See if there are any space Lexies. Assassinations. Murders. Jason's Angels killings. I think I've already got all my weapons.
Need a weapon upgrading, so what are you after today?
Level 5 for the present moment. Double check. 5, 5, 5. Don't generally like to use
That should put the odds in your favor. Haha, now we're talking. Good luck out there.
Assassination. Kill Stevie Bruce. Business. That. Gonna kill Carly Rivera. Gonna kill Laura Barton. Gonna kill Suri Goff. I feel like that. Also, Rich Matthews. I feel like that should be sufficient to bring me to where I need to get to in terms of these missions. Where are these guys? Laura Clark.
If you want to help with this.
Is cord. Mission critical. Matthews seems pretty upset about the fact of being targeted. Not gonna like this. Oh, oh yeah. Shall we see what's going on in the news today? Suppose we should. There's a lot going on in U.S. politics today. Because I read that pretty often. It's in my aggregate. I will not be reading that to you today. So I'm gonna keep looking for another one. Other stories. I had eggs for breakfast, by the way. Shallots, onions, tomatoes, eggs and cheese. Cheese and eggs. It was a scramble. It was good. It's coming, Walter. Prospecting installation. It's coming. I don't know who that's going to be. It's going to be sort of goth. It's a slightly atmospheric, but I'm landing, unfortunately, on the dark side. We will not be finding anything atmospheric. Watch delightfully. But it looks sort of cool. Oh, the Grammy nominations have been released, or announced, whatever it's called. For those of you who don't know, the Grammys on the Recording Institute, just the fucking Grammy exam. It's the big award ceremony for like the music industry. I forget what it's called. It's like the Recording Academy Institute Art something or other. But it's the industry's big award show. It's the industry's way of patting itself on the back, or rather, giving pats on the back to those who have done good things. In terms of, it's just the Recording Academy. That's what they're called. The National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences Incorporated. The NARS. It's their way of congratulating those who have produced something of merit. To the organization and to the music industry on the whole. Do you want to trigger the settlement alarms? Kill Surrey God. probably have to sneak my way into the command center and then shut off the settlement alarms. I'm not going to read through the announcement yet because I have to do this mission. Or other the nominees because I have to do this mission. Project all. So I want to point something out. Everyone hates politics. I'm talking about politics. No one ever hates talking about the culture industry. Which includes the Grammys and entertainment industry. Let's be honest with ourselves, everyone. Let's be honest with ourselves. I feel like saying what I just said was like sufficient to meet the needs of the cultural critique of the etiquette of political discussion. Everyone starts to get butthurt. Can't just have a conversation about politics like you have a conversation about Taylor Swift and her boyfriend, fiance. It's weird to me. It's weird to me. It's weird to me. I gotta get on top of a building. There we go. But if it's this guy. That's the person I'm supposed to kill him and kill him now. I'm not gonna do anything else.
Trying to make trouble. Wait, Commander.
I am indeed. I am indeed. Just have to run away very quickly. Hurry, 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 hurry. Someone walks over there, finds the body before I leave. The mission will not be a success. Or they will alert everyone to the fact that there's a dead body there. And the mission... Oh, and then they'll set off the settlement alarms. Okay, so let's see the Grammys 2026. Looks like Kendrick Lamar's face is on one of these articles. Uh, Kendrick Lamar is a very popular rapper and musical entertainer in the rap genre in the United States of America. Who has 9 nominations. Due to a very successful album that was released this year. Alright, so let's see them. Record of the Year, DTMF by Bad Bunny, who is going to be performing at Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. Santa Clara is just south of San Francisco, which is a city in California, which is a state in the United States of America. Bad Bunny currently dealing with a relative degree of political chicanery because people don't like a Spanish-speaking artist is going to be what's the best way to put this? Performing at America's game, which is the Super Bowl. Not American enough to speak Spanish, apparently. They want to keep the politics off the field in the sport of football. Want to let the players be players. Leave the politicking and the politics to the politicians and the nerds. The best way to do that is to make clear they don't want a Spanish speaker performing at halftime. Because it's not American enough for the game that we all love. I'm specifically talking about entertainment right now in the culture industry, not politics. So you shouldn't be chastening me or judging, as you all do. People talk about politics in a situation where you've just been told that Americans don't like talking about politics, but love talking about etiquette and music and culture. The next one is Manchild by Sabrina Carpenter, who is an artist that I do not know anything about. I'll listen to the song or record. I don't keep up with these things anymore, man. I don't care enough. I'm just gonna go ahead and read these things off for you because apparently people do, and it's polite to talk about. Anxiety by Davinci, who apparently is a cool artist, cool enough to get a nomination for Record of the Year. I have very literally zero judgments of any of these things. Wildflower by Billie Eilish. Abracadabra by Lady Gaga, who is still making music, apparently. Which is fine, which is great. I have no opinion of that either. Luther by Kendrick Lamar with SZA, or just SZA. The Subway by Chapel Roan. And Apt by Rose and Bruno Mars. I have listened to none of these songs. I don't intend to make a particular effort to do so in the future. That's nothing against any of these artists. I just don't. I'm not going to chase these things down, and I don't listen to radio. Also, I'm in Italy, So there's like a lot, not a lot that can be done to put these things into the air. The album of the year category is a Spanish word, set of Spanish words, all strung together to make a sentence, I suppose. Debí tirar más fotos, which is Bad Bunny's album, uh, nominated for Album of the Year. Swag by Justin Bieber. I know that Bieber was still making music. I thought Bieber was taking a break because he was getting stressed out. Because he's got kids. Which is a weird thing to think about. Justin Bieber having kids. It was one too long ago. That he could have been my son. Man's Best Friend by Sabrina Carpenter. Which is just a fucking thing, I suppose. Let God Sort Them Out. Let God Sort Them Out. By Clips, Pusha T, and Malice. That actually might be something I might want to listen to. Mayhem by Lady Gaga. GNX by Kendrick Lamar. Mutt by Leon Thomas. And Chromacopia by Tyler, the Creator. All of these are particularly recognizable names to me, other than Sabrina Carpenter and Leon Thomas. I assume anyone who's keeping themselves on the cutting edge of the art form of music is well aware of what's going on with each and every one of these artists. Song of the Year's got like 1.5 billion fucking songs. You gotta be fucking kidding me with this shit. Some of them are already on Record of the Year. I will simply read off the names. Abracadabra, Lady Gaga, Anxiety, Doechi, Apt, Rose and Bruno Mars, DTMF, Bad Bunny, Golden, which is generally a K-pop Demon Hunter song. I assume this is the one that they put on to the SNL sketch not too long ago with Bad Bunny. EJ and Mark Sonnenblick, songwriters, Hunter, EJ, Hakim, and Ray Amy. I don't know anything about this group other than what I assume is what I saw on the SNL sketch starring Bad Bunny and the rest of the SNL players. This is a covert assignment. Means that Command Center, Power Center, going to place that I want to end up. Luther, just Kendrick Lamar. This is a track. Manchild, Sabrina Carpenter, Wildflower, Billie Eilish O'Connell. I didn't know that that was her last name. It was a school in San Francisco for John O'Connell. technical high school. Those don't put element alarms. I think that's too loud a noise for someone walking in the snow. But at the same time, snow can be loud. Sometimes snow can be very, very loud. I'll get back to the nominees in just a moment. First, I'm going to kill somebody. That's what happens in the game. That's what we all do. All kill people. Or rather, I'm going to make use of this character, an avatar, to kill somebody in a game who's equally not a real person. Because that's all I'm doing is controlling a visual representation of numbers and symbols, which are subsequently behaving in ways that I command them to, and acting on other numbers and symbols in such a way that has been programmed
Nothing unusual to report.
to represent themselves to me as these things killing one another. I'm not actually doing any killing. Nor am I actually conducting any real missions. I'm just or enslaving anybody really, because these aren't real people. They're just numbers and symbols. And the AI is not really all that great, so it can't really be constitutional of any form of enslavement of conscious beings. Unless you count really dumb people
All quiet here.
as conscious beings too. Which, as has been shown, humanity does not. I may not be able to do this. Under these conditions. Nice. Okay, so as I wait for the Bat Guard to make his way back to the far end, and Bat Guard make his way out in that direction, and Bat Guard to continue in that direction, all simultaneously. I'll read off another category of Grammy Awards 2026. Best New Artist: Olivia Dean, Cat's Eye, The Marias, Addison Rae, Somber, Leon Thomas, Alex Warren, and Lola Young. Do not know who any of these people are. That's okay. I'm sure it will all be great. Producer of the Year, Jan Auerbach of the Black Keys. Circuit to John, Blake Mills, and Soundwave. This is Producer of the Year non-classical. Songwriter of the Year non-classical: Amy Allen, Edgar Barrera, Jesse Joe Dillon, Tobias Jesso Jr., and Laura Belts. Songwriters generally do not get a lot of credit, so if you don't know those names, look those names up. There's Jasper Sweeney. Elijah Valentine. Francis Whitaker. Hey, don't I have to kill a Francis Whitaker as well? No, I do not. So, Rivera. Best Pop Solo Performance: Daisies by Justin Bieber, Manchild by Sabrina Carpenter, Disease by Lady Gaga, The Subway by Chapel Roan, and Messy by Lola Young. Best Pop Duo and Group: Defying Gravity by Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. Golden from K-Pop Demon Hunters by Hunter X. Divided by X, EJ, Audrey Nunya, Rayani. Gabriella by Cat's Eye. Apt by Rosé and Bruno Mars. 30 for 30, SZA, Kendrick Lamar. Best Pop Vocal: is Swag by Justin Bieber. As Best Friend by Sabrina Carpenter, Something Beautiful by Miley Cyrus, Man by Lady Gaga, But Everything But Therapy by Teddy Part 2 by Teddy Swims. There's Carly Rivera. I'm going to hope it doesn't get the alarm up on time. I'm not gonna succeed in this one because that guy's gonna be dead soon. Alright, I have to get out of here quickly. God damn it. Yeah, that's gonna trigger it. That'll happen sometimes. I'm assuming if I had come from a lower angle, they wouldn't have seen the shot raining down. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. They wouldn't have seen the shot coming down from 100 feet up. So, unfortunately, I failed that mission. Best Dance Electronic Recording. No Cap. No Cap by Disclosure and Anderson. Pack. Victory Lap by Fred Again. Skepta and Plaque Max. Space Invader by K. Tronada. Voltage by Skrillex. And End of Summer by Tame Impala. Best Dance Pop Recording. Bluest Flame by Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco. Abracadabra by Lady Gaga. Midnight Sun by Zara Larsson. Just Keep Watching from F1 the Movie. Which doesn't have an artist. And Illegal by Pink Pantheress. Best Dance and Electronic Album. Eusexua is how I assume that's pronounced, by FKA Twigs. 10 Days by Red Again. Fancy That by Pink Pantheress. Inhale, Exhale by Rufus to Soul. And Fuck You Skrillex, you think you're Andy Warhol, but you're not. Love Skrillex. Best Remixed Recording. Abracadabra, the Gesaffelstein remix. Gesaffelstein. Who is the remixer? Don't Forget About Us by K. Tronada. Remixer. Mariah Carey and K. Tronada. A Dream's a Dream by Ron Trent remix. Galvanized. Chris Lake is the remixer of the Chemical Brothers song. Golden, the David Guetta remix. Guetta. Best rock performance is You Should Not Be Doing That by Amel and the Sniffers. The Emptiness Machine by Linkin Park. I did not know we're still making music. Never Enough by Turnstile. Murta Zapine by Haley Williams, who I also did not know was still making music. Changes Live from Villa Park Back to the Beginning by Youngblood featuring Nuno Bettercourt. Or Nuno Bettercourt. Frank Bello and Adam Wakeman II. The best metal performance is Night Terror by Dream Theater, Lacrimal by Ghost, Emergent Sleep Token, Stop Spine by Spirit Box, and Birds by Turnstile. Nominees for Best Rock Song are As Alive As You Need Me to Be from Resident Atticus Ross, Caramel by Vessel 1 and Vessel 2, Nine Inch Nails, Caramel by Vessel 1 and Vessel 2, Songwriters, Sleep Token, Glum, written by Daniel James and Haley, performed by Daniel James and Haley Williams, performed by Haley Williams. God damn it. Never Enough, written by Daniel Fang, Franz Lyons, Pat McCrory, Meg Mills, and Brendan Yates. Performed by the artist Turnstile. Zombie by Dominic Harrison and Matt Schwartz. Performed by Young Blood. Just a nickname people used to use a lot when referring to people that are younger than them. the Best Rock Albums. Nominations for Best Rock Album. Private Music by the Deftones. I Quit by Haim. From Zero by Linkin Park. Never Enough by Turnstile. And Idols by Youngblood. I feel like this is a bad place to be doing this mission. Who am I trying to kill? Or Bart? This is indeed a covert assignment. Right. I have to try to get the command center. As little attention paid to me as possible. Awesome. Great to know. Great to know.
Nothing unusual to report.
Let's see. Best Alternative Music Performance. Everything is Peaceful But Love by Bonnie Ba. Alone by The Cure. Seeing Stars by Turnstile. Man Get Out by Wet Leg. Parachute by Haley Williams. Bet. He's just gonna sit there looking at me. Yep. Then Santana's just gonna stare at me for a while. That's not gonna be weird as shit. Recovery. And there's your fucking Goliath. Let's see. Oh no. I gotta find someone to scan so I can get into here. Without, I want to just murder everybody continuously.
Just a minute, Commander.
God damn it.
I'm gonna run you through the scanner.
Best music album. Sable Fable by Bon Iver. Songs of Lost World by The Cure. Don't Tap the Glass. Don't Tap the Glass by Tyler the Creator. Moisturized by Wet Leg. Ego Death at a Bachelorette Party by Haley Williams.
Trying to make trouble.
Bachelorette Party. Shut your face hole, Evelyn Parsons. Shut your fucking face hole. I gotta find some dude to scan. What is happening?
All clear.
Oh, put that away.
Stay there, Commander. I'm gonna scan you. Don't mess around.
Can't be caught doing that.
None of your warrants involve us. All right, we're good.
Maybe they do not.
Watch yourself.
I'm probably gonna kill this person. You gonna go somewhere? Just gonna stand there looking at me. That little person is just gonna stand there. Find someone else to scan. Me and just goddamn it.
clean. Move on.
Watch yourself.
I'm your mom. Zero. This is taking much longer than I anticipated. Where's that side entrance? Just gonna break in now. There's the Goliath. Oh no, there isn't one. God damn it. There's one way in. There's a long way in. Oh, now I get that. So I use the term "God damn it" a lot. I get yelled at. I mean, I don't really get yelled at, but I get softly chided. By those who don't like when people take the Lord's name in vain. It never made sense to me why that would be considered taking the Lord's name in vain. Because I'm calling the Lord to take action. As opposed to invoking the Lord for any other purpose. And it just flashed into my head that the invocation of the Lord is justification for profane matters and decisions and actions. Is indeed that particular thing. That is indeed a Christian commandment, is to leave God alone. And don't try to bring God into this, man, because he's super busy. He doesn't care about you, because he already has plans that you fit into. So, bringing his name into this shit, I think is what God was trying to tell us. As is often the case.
Watch yourself.
Sinners don't know what they're doing.
Just a minute, Commander.
God.
I'm gonna run you through the scanner.
Scan detected.
None of your warrants involve us. All right, we're good.
Best R&B performance. Nominations go to Yukon by Justin Bieber. It Depends by Chris Brown featuring Bryson Tiller. Folded by Kehlani. Mutt from the NPR's Tiny Desk by Leon Thomas. Heart of a Woman by Summer Walker. Best Traditional R&B Performance. Here We Are by Duran Bernard. Uptown by Layla Hathaway. Love You Too by Ladisi. Crybaby by SZA. And Vibes Don't Lie by Leon Thomas. Oh, do it, hurry.
Security profile closed.
Jesus, finally. Best R&B song.
Entering pressurized environment. Suit recharging. Suit fully charged.
Oh boy. Can't let that guy see me.
Bitrep normal.
God damn it.
I'm gonna run you through the scanner.
Scan detected.
I thought commanders always respected the law. Get going.
Now you will have noticed that I went from having A security rating of 1.
What are you doing?
Yeah, nothing. When you're infiltrating these bases and you're about to get scanned, you're going to have to ditch your security rating. Because they are indeed illegally scanned. And therefore should not be in your possession. Generally advisable when you were trying to do it in this such a way.
Hey,
What?
what are you doing?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Trying to make trouble?
Indeed. Which does not have the power or security expected. Was green.
Hold on, Commander. Not from around here, are you? Let's see what you're about. None of your warrants involve us. All right, we're good.
Security profile closed. Entering restricted area.
Nobody should be in there.
Shield activated.
This area is restricted. You need to leave.
Alright, alright.
Leaving restricted area.
There's my target. Gotta take a piss again.
Pilot bed types are usually busy. Always legal work, right? I thought commanders always respected the law. Get going.
Probably do something about your doors.
Mission status updated. Leaving pressurized environment.
Best R&B song. Nominees are Folded, which is performed by Kehlani. Long list of names. Songwriters. Heart of a Woman, performed by Summer Walker. It Depends, performed by Chris Brown, featuring Bryson Tiller. Overqualified, performed by Durand Bernard. And yes, it is, performed by Leon Thomas. Best Progressive R&B Album nominees. That was a category. It's distinct from the other form of R&B. Beloved. Wait. Bloom by Durand Bernard. Adjust Brightness by Bilal. Love on Digital by Destin Conrad. Access All Areas by Flo. Come As You Are by Terrace Martin and Kenyon Dixon. Nominees for Best R&B Album are Beloved by Givian. I'm going to assume that is Givian, but it might not be. Why Not More by Coco Jones. The Crown by the DC. Escape Room by Teyana Taylor. Mirror by Leon Thomas. Best Rap Performance. Outside by Cardi B. Chains and Whips by Clips, Pusha T, and Malice featuring Kendrick Lamar and Pharrell Williams. Anxiety by Doechi. TV Off by Kendrick Lamar featuring Lefty Gunblade. Darling Eye by Tyler the Creator featuring Tizo Touchdown. Best Melodic Rap Performance. Proud of Me by Friday featuring Meek Mill. Wholeheartedly, JID featuring Ty Dolla $ign. And Six Lack. Or Slack. Or Six Lack. Luther by Kendrick Lamar featuring Wiz. We Mage by Terrace Martin. Kenyon Dixon featuring Rhapsody. Somebody Loves Me by Party Next Door and Drake. Best Rap Songs. Anxiety, performed by Doechi. Birds Don't Sing by Clips, Pusha T. These are all the same songs. Sticky, TGIF by Glorilla. TV Off, same songs. Best Rap Album. Nominees are Let God Sort of Out by Clips, Pusha T, and Malice. Glorious by Glorilla. God Does Not Like Ugly. Oh wait, God Does Like Ugly by JID. GNX by GNX by Kendrick Lamar. Chromacopia by Tyler the Creator. Best spoken word poetry album is a thing. The Hurricane and Heels. Healed People Don't Act Like That by Queen Sheba. Black Shaman by Mark Marcel. Pages by Omari Hardwick and Anthony Hamilton. Saul Williams meets Carlos Niños and Friends at Tree People by Saul Williams and Carlos Nino and Friends. Don't know why I wouldn't have thought this was going to be an album. Category at the Grammys. Words for Days, Volume 1 by Mad Skills. Best Jazz Performance, Noble Rise by Lakeisha Benjamin featuring Emmanuel Wilkins and Mark Whitfield. Windows Live by Chick Corea, Christian McBride, and Brian Blade. Peace of Mind and Dreams Come True, or Peace of Mind Divided by Dreams Come True. By Samara Joy. Four by Michael Mayo. All Stars Lead to You, live by Nicole Zuraidis. Sure. Dan Pugic, Tom Scott, and Edan Maureen, Keon Harold, and Rachel Ekra. Best Jazz Vocal Album. Elemental by Dee Dee Bridgewater and Bill Charlap. God, there are a lot of these things. We Insist 2025 by Terrelyn Carrington and Christy Dashiell. Portrait by Samara Joy. Fly by Michael Mayo. Live at Fix, Las Vegas by Nicole Zaret, that other one. The one with a bunch of names that are all difficult to pronounce. Best Jazz Instrumental Album, Trilogy 3, Live by Chick Corea. Christian McBride and Brian Blade. Southern Nights by Sullivan Forner, featuring Peter Washington and Marcus Gilmore. Belonging by the Branford Marsalis Quartet. Spiritfall by John Petrucci, featuring Chris Potter and Brian Blade. Fasten Up by Yellow Jackets. Best Large Jazz Ensemble Album. Oh, there's a dude there. There are a bunch of dudes there. Intro frags. At the very least, one of these has to hit this guy. Or I can just run him over. These guys as well. And this guy. And this guy. Ooh, I missed that. I think that takes care of all of them. It really does. Orchestra Emulator, the 8-bit big band. Without further ado, Volume 1 by the Christian McBride Big Band. Lumen by Danilo Perez and the Bohuslan Big Band. Basie Rocks by Deborah Silver and the Count Basie Orchestra. Lights on a Satellite by the Sun Ra Orchestra. I'm gonna go retrieve this thing first. But I'll continue with the nomenclatures. Names. Those aren't nomenclatures, it's just names. So again, if you're deaf, you should probably just look up the names of these artists and these nominations. Because it wouldn't make any sense for you to listen to me if you can't hear. And if you have to, how do I put this? Read my lips, you could do better than when my photo is, my like image is a little bit dark because I haven't turned the lights on yet. So I'm gonna go back to that ship and collect the rest of the materials. And then I'll get back to the reading of the nominees for the 2026 Grammy Awards, which have been released, I want to say today or yesterday. Again, if you're deaf, you would probably be doing yourself a disservice to trying to read my lips to find out what it is and who it is that has been nominated. So you should go read it somewhere. If you aren't deaf, and you're free to listen if you'd like. But if you don't feel like listening, you don't have to. Sort of how that goes with all of these artists as well, I assume. Said you don't have to listen to their music if you don't want to. They don't need you to listen to their music. Reason being, it's because other people will. So, to the deaf people in the world, I have nothing to say to you, because I don't speak sign language yet. But I can try. To the rest of you, I also don't have anything to say to you, other than the things that are coming out of my mouth at any particular moment in time that is directed at you directly. There's a dead guy there. I'm gonna scan that dude and collect my bounties. He's not one of the dead guys that I killed by running over with my ship. I don't know those guys. Oh, looks like their bodies disappeared. Yeah, that'll happen sometimes. Bodies get lost. Anyway, so, continuing with the best large jazz ensemble albums of the year nominations. Some Days Are Better. The Lost Scores. Kenny Wheeler Legacy featuring Royal Academy of Music Jazz Orchestra and Frost Jazz Orchestra. Best Latin Jazz Album. La Fleur de Cayenne by Paquito de Rivera and Madrid New York Connection Band. The original influencers Dizzy, Shano, and Chico by Arturo O'Farrell and the Afro-Latin Jazz Orchestra featuring Pedrito Martinez, Daini Arocena, John Faddis, Donald Harrison, and Elvis Santamundo. Oh man, come on with that. Santa Munduaga, celebrating Carly Bley, Arturo Farrell and the Afro-Latin Jazz Orchestra. A tribute to Benny More and Nat King Cole, Gonzalo Rubalcaba, Yaini Rorta, and Joey Calveiro. I don't know how to pronounce any of these names. Vanguardia Subterranea, live at the Village Vanguard by the Miguel Zenon Quartet. Best alternative jazz album. You know what there isn't is a freestyle rap. Freestyle battle rap category. I feel like there should be a freestyle battle rap category. Well, I suppose that could fit in spoken word poetry. But I feel like there should be a best freestyle battle rap verse category. Just because, fuck you. Every once in a while, I just have to let it come out. So fuck you. Let's see. Best alternative jazz album: Honey from a Winter Stone, Ambrose Akinmusire. Keys to the City, Volume 1 by Robert Glasper. Ride into the Sun by Brad Meldau. Live action by Nate Smith. Blues Blood by Emmanuel Wilkins. Best traditional pop. Jesus Christ, there are too many. I don't know if I want to read all these things. I don't really care about any of this stuff. I'm only doing this because everyone thinks it's rude to talk about politics. And yet I don't like any of this. Sorry, I have friends that work in the industry who are probably trying to make excuses for me when they don't need to do so. I feel like everybody should know. I find the culture industry to be a preeminent form of political mobilizations. And what's worse is that it's done in a way that is not as out in the open as Bob Dylan and some of the other 60s folks used to be. I mean, it's always been that way. It's not a thing. Nobody cares. But that is indeed what that is, what you guys are, and what you are now awarding one another for doing, in case you have not made that clear to one another. You should probably just make that clear to one another. Sit down and have an agreement. Just get in the huddle. Yourselves at 1, 2, 3, go. Congratulations to all the nominees, who I'm no longer going to read any of them. And I hope you guys have a good time at the parties. I'm going to get back to real news now. Don't even fucking talk to me ever. Let's see. What am I doing? I'm trying to kill somebody over here. I think. I might be dropping something off. No. I am going to kill Rich Matthews. I mean, I'm gonna control I'm gonna input signals that are represented by numbers and symbols to an overall computer program that is going to process my inputs such that it produces an outcome that I intend to produce based on the instructions that have been translated over to me to conduct. And I'll be watching as this occurs, and you'll be watching with me. The visual representation of the particular set of numerical and symbolic conditions that the computer application has produced. For me to input my commands into. But for lack of a better and more concise and really not at all confusing at all to anybody who knows anything about how words work, description of what I'm doing. I'm going to be going in and I'm going to be killing this person. That is the character that everybody in this game who is not a real person is going to be seeing. Also, they won't be seeing that person because within their own system, they're all just numbers, and symbols. Also, they aren't things that can be constituted as things that can have something that is their own, because they themselves are part of the greater system, which has been produced for me to make use of, and for the other gamers as well, but namely for me in this instance. I think a lot of this shouldn't have to be said, but due to the music industry and other political institutions, has to be said now, unfortunately. It's really tragic. The world has turned out this way. Do you remember dudes used to just be able to do acid and get on stage and perform? And Jimi Hendrix and Carlos Santana. They didn't have to talk like this. They never had to talk like this. They could just say weird words to people. Talk crazy, and everyone didn't care whether they seemed insane or not. They just let them play music. And those are the days. I gotta kill this guy. I don't know if this is a secret mission. It is not. I just have to kill this guy. Indeed, that is incredibly insensitive to those two. I don't know what that means. Nor who those two are. Let's shoot that guy. Leave that guy alone. There's that guy. And he's dead. Just like that. Let's see who's like, what news is news. The government shutdown in America is resulting in people on food stamps and receiving government assistance for food, possibly not being able to receive their resources. So, while Congress is sitting out and refusing to come to an agreement about something or to yield to coercive pressures, people who have no power over them are now going to be without food. I want you guys to let that sink in. Do you guys wish I was talking about the music business again? Yeah, government shutdown. Apparently, it's been like the longest since forever. Longest in American history. What it means when the government shuts down. It's not that the government is actually shutting down the strange enough. People still have to do their jobs. It just means that the people whose jobs it is to allocate resources and to make decisions aren't doing that. So the bureaucracy is still working. It's just that policymakers are not. So those are the folks you voted into power, are the ones who leave the vacancy, walk off the job. Everybody else is relying upon them. What a bunch of fucking assholes. Lazy jerks. Fucking lazy ass congressmen. Wow. What a bunch of fucking lazy ass congressmen. You can't really fire them. You can't fire congressmen, by the way. They literally cannot be fired. They can be impeached. Or there can be what do they call those things? It can be what's it called? So it's a particular form of election that determines whether or not you will, the state or the government or the people of any given state or municipality are going to have that person removed from office. Recall elections is what they call those things. You can do that in certain states, but you can't just fire a congressman, even though they feel like they can go on strike, even though their strike in particular is quite a little bit more harmful to everybody else's. They still feel like they can order everybody around. Trying to pile it on, laying it on thick as can be. It's going to be one of those cat's deli sandwiches of congressional shaming. Lot of pork. Tons and tons of pig on this sandwich. Lots of bacon. Smoked ham. What are the other ones? What other kinds of ham are there? And pork. Probably hot dogs. Mortadella. Either way, that's what's happening right now. The American government has I mean, it just means the fucking legislators aren't going to work. There has been an impasse in the legislative process. Because of that, they have not been able to. It's usually like a budgetary thing. They don't pass the budget, so they just shut it down. And then the government operates on its emergency fucking red light fucking klaxons. That's just what's going on. And then the bureaucrats have to worry about the possibility of not getting paid. And now those on government assistance will not be receiving, possibly not receiving benefits. I haven't been paying too much attention. I've got other things to think about. As I've stated, I'm here in Italy and not in America. So all the work I would normally be doing to keep myself abreast on what's happening in America, I do as sort of a pastime hobby, and do not feel the need to go to work and get that done. Because I don't have to anymore. I've already made a decision, and I'm sticking to my guns, and I'll do what I feel like doing when I do it. Beyond that, I cannot be bothered to consider whether or not this information needs to be processed in any given way, through any given frame or filter, which I might be capable of providing. Sorry, I just can't do it.
Landing permission denied. Clearance denied. Access denied. Access granted. Clear for landing on docking bay 4-1.
I'm gonna turn the lights on in this room because difference in light from my screen, the darkness around me is starting to become glaring and relatively unpleasant. Anywho, I don't know how many more missions I've got that I haven't yet completed. Soon there are a few. Hopefully I will be done soon. I gotta take a piss again. I have to take another piss. I'm sorry that I have to do this. But if it makes you feel any better, it's gonna make me feel better. To take your piss. I feel like that's a fair trade on all of our parts. Anyway, so I'm back here now. Again. Took a piss and I felt great. Taking pisses feel good. Missions to run. And then hopefully I'll be up to friendly and I can take that Yoru mission complete of the tasking for the day.
Ship detach complete. Departure authorized.
See, snap benefits
Speed restrictions are now lifted.
blocked.
Commander.
Your entire worldview currently is now being put to the test, Americans. Hate to break it to you, but I, also an American, by the way, who's currently in Italy, is watching the entirety of your worldview being put to the test. Again, I know a lot of people don't like when I talk politics, but I feel like it's far more polite for me to talk politics than for me to talk about the music industry and entertainment, because that's just business. And even though everybody knows that business and politics aren't the same thing, What I happen to believe is that business is only politics. Because it's about the redistribution and accumulation of resources. It's very simple to me, if you must know. Also, it's way more interesting to me than the music industry. Sorry, I just don't mean to be that guy. But artists make music and art and songs, and then that's the end of that. And then I like some of them, and then I don't like some of them. Or I like some of them more than others. And then it's just people doing what they do. And that's not something that I like talking about. It's just not something worth talking about. I'm gonna drink a beer. Like, that's the end of that. That really is like the whole of that situation for me. Is I'm gonna drink a beer now because there's not a lot to talk about. That guy wrote a song, and I'm gonna listen to it while drinking beer. Not a lot. Not a lot in there. Not a lot in there at all. Or could I use a cigarette? Yeah, man. I feel like I need more vices. Also, why are they all vices? But I need more of those things. I just don't see why I wouldn't. That wouldn't like be the end all be all. Take up more vices. I don't want to do any like hard drugs. That just seems wasteful. I'm not going to get into it. I should probably just make it clear that I feel like that's something I should be doing. But beyond that, I'm not going to sit and think about it too much. Judge in the United States 9th District has permanently blocked President Trump's use of the National Guard to protect the Immigrations and Custom Enforcement Office and officers. So now the president will no longer be allowed to invoke the National Guard to protect federal property and employees. without the express permission of a particular governor or governing figure. Which is interesting. That's just an interesting decision. I have zero opinion on the matter, because I don't feel the need. I told you I hate both sides of the American government right now. I think I've said that like before. Like, fuck both of you. But it's just an interesting thing that's happening in the country at the moment. And the responses on both sides are particularly interesting. But if there ever were a civil war now, within the states, the president would have to be in immediate violation of the legal system to invoke troops, national guardsmen, to protect federal employees and federal governors, which seems interesting. I mean, that it would have to be made a law is interesting as well. But it's awesome stuff. Makes for a good legal scholar's sandwich. Chew on that, scholars.
Dangerously low temperature detected.
Oh, hey, there he is. There's the guy I'm supposed to kill. I'm supposed to kill that guy. Shoot him in the back of the head.
Mission status updated.
Oh god, I gotta get out of there before that guy. Oh, I can just call the ship. Nice. Anyway, so, not to be the guy that, like, thumbs the scale in the favor of open conflict, but I sure would like to see a civil war in America. I'm just throwing that out in the open. I mean, imagine the legal ramifications if people just thumbed the scale towards conflict continuously every day, multiple times a day, thumbing the scales in the favor of open conflict over and over again, every day, multiple times a day, over and over again. That would be awesome, right? Wouldn't that be a great thing to see? think it would. I think you'd all like that. I'm just going to go ahead and say that's what I'm voting for. Everyone should do that from now on. Let's see, where am I? I'm pretty sure I just said over and over again. Every day, multiple times a day. You should be thumbing the scale in favor of open conflict. I don't see anything on my phone yet. About open conflict and a conflagration. Breakdown of civil discourse amongst America. I haven't looked at my phone yet, but still, that is not immediately trying to grab my attention or to make clear that I was effective. I feel like is a signal that no one's doing their jobs. No one's doing their jobs. Gonna have a cigarette. If this is the last mission, I'm going to have a cigarette. I feel like I was speaking overly flippantly about the government. But, I mean, I think it'd just be a cool thing to see while I'm here in Italy. Like the legal ramifications of the limitations of presidential power as they are now explored under conditions where the limitations of presidential power must inherently be lifted or tested continuously while the various states and their citizens conduct open rebellion. It's just an interesting thing. I'd like to see how that plays out. For science, man. For science. For science. We should all be skills on behalf of science. Let's see if that's the last one. If I'm lucky. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, I got you wrong. Oh, I'm gonna do a cigarette smoking, anyways. And then see how it goes from there. I mean, can you imagine what the legal system would look like? And what the lawyers are all going to say? Like, under conditions where there's an open rebellion within the United States, in the States, the president's trying to do his job, has to concern himself with open rebellion within the States. That could potentially limit his powers to suppress open rebellion in the States. I'm just saying, it's like super interesting. Interesting to me.
Need a job?
Weapons up. If I don't have it, you can never have enough supplies. Anything else I can do for you? I'll be here if you change your mind.
Hey, Commander, what can I get for you?
I'll pay some good credits to someone who's willing to cause some problems.
Take a load off, Commander.
I've got a morally dubious opportunity, if you're interested.
Hey, Commander, what can I get for you? Take a load off, Commander.
something.
Hey, Commander, what can I get for you? Something I could get you, Commander?
I'm looking for someone to do some off-the-books work for me. You interested?
Looking for something, Commander?
Pay some good credits to someone who's willing to cause some problems.
Can I help you, Commander?
I'm looking for someone to do some off-the-books work for me. You interested?
Something I could get you, Commander? Hey, Commander, what can I get for you? Take a load off, Commander.
Interested in a job? I'm looking for the right person.
What can I get you, Commander?
I'm looking for someone to do some responsible work for me. You interested?
Hey, Commander, what can I get for you? Take a load off, Commander.
I
Looking for something, Commander?
Interested in a job? I'm looking for the right person.
Hey, Commander, what can I get for you?
Right, back to killing stuff. I think you should just have to. I could just have to deliver a bunch of stuff now. But let's see. Just about it friendly. I might actually be able to get away with just delivering these
Talk is
things.
cheap and so are lies.
And then, talk is cheap and so are lies. Lies aren't cheap at all. Technically, every cycloscope background check that the United States government has to do to provide clearances for personnel costs single scope background investigation, excuse me. Every one of them's costs how much? Between 3,000 right now. Somewhere in the area of $3,000 to $15,000 every time government has to do one of those on somebody. It costs the government somewhere in the area of $16,000 every single one. Some lies are not cheap. Very expensive, actually. I love that stuff. I love that stuff so much. Very literally. Some of my best work. Expansion data courier ring. Ugh. Ah.
Alpha Lima. This station is under Imperial sovereignty. Kindly observe traffic regulations when approaching this facility. Docking request approved. You are cleared to set down on landing pad 1-1. Warning, landing gear not deployed. Landing complete. Alight when ready. We trust this facility will serve you well, Commander.
I'm going to need some limpets for this.
Ship released. Please exit the station safely and promptly. You are clear to resume predetermined flight path. Safe travels, Commander.
You're on a sweatshirt. Very, very cool. We left the lead in that, and there is now an enemy coming. I'm gonna let the enemy catch me because I'm getting bored and I want to shoot stuff. I do assume that it's going to be one of the guys that are trying to get me. Let's see. Right now, I'm currently packing the frag cannons and FST interrupt missile. I've not yet changed. Not yet changed my hardpoints loadout from where it was before. As you might have surmised, I'm currently working on completing the Zach Orion Nemo run. At least you would have surmised that at the beginning of the stream. I'm waiting for these guys to show up. Show up to fire. Hey, there's one guy. That got said. And I assume that there is now a guy over here. There's now a guy here. No, he disappeared. That guy disappeared. And once again, suppose this is how it's going to be then. There's number 2. FAS. Your picks. Marshawn Nealon devastated. Yeah, that is crazy. Dallas Cowboys just lost a really, really young player. His suicide in the immediate aftermath of fleeing from the traffic stop. Man, this shit is fucked up. Apparently, the player has had a history of. That's been reported. He'd had a history of depression and other mood, emotional disorders. Pinnacle of the game. A bunch of stuff going on. Shot himself after an encounter with the police. That's fucking awful. I mean, the rest of you guys can go kill yourselves, but that's just not cool. So another story that I have been told of, Junior Seau, great San Diego Chargers linebacker, also took his own life quite a few years ago. He donated his brain to science, which showed signs of CTE, brain trauma disorder, that's caused by repeated blows to the brain. Or to the head, really. And one might surmise they're probably some people might suspect that the young guy might have been suffering from some early onset or early stages of that. So if you have any friends that play football, make sure they're aware of the dangers of the sport. It's a dangerous sport, man. It's project youth people running to jeopardy. Anyone who plays or participates in high contact sports, boxing, MMA, football, hockey, sports, be conscious of the realities and symptoms of that disease. Try to make clear that you're concerns are real and well-founded. There are no ways to test for that. In its early phases. There are particular symptoms that have been associated with it. And it's those. Could probably try to have open and honest discussions without, because your brain is a very important aspect of your body. It's one of the more important organs. That's a bummer all around. That's just a bummer all around. Young guy like that. The Subway sandwich guy didn't was what's the word? Was acquitted of an assault for throwing a sandwich at a border patrol agent who was in DC. Made the joke on the blog recently. You should have gotten 15 years just on poor form of the throw alone. Because why would you throw a sandwich at somebody? You can just eat the sandwich. And if you're gonna throw the sandwich at somebody, why do so when you don't know how to row anything at all, apparently.
Cartel Alpha Lima, please comply with all regulatory protocols before commencing docking procedures, Commander. Access permitted. Slot route for approach to landing pad 2-3. Contact confirmed. Ground crew dispatched. Welcome to the station, Commander. Commander.
I just knocked the heat out of my ship.
Detachment confirmed. Your way is cleared for departure. All clear. Safe travels, Commander.
$25. Third one of those. Oh, my God. I have 10 hours left of notoriety to burn off. So perhaps I'll listen to some music. As I get some food into my belly. So I'm gonna provide you guys with a book recommendation before I go, or before I go to take a break. It's an old book, written in the 50s. It's a book on political science. A guy by the name of C. Wright Mills. It's a book called The Power Elite. It's a study of various policy. I forget the exact fucking site of research. The essential idea contained therein is there's a particular way that you can look at the contest for power, being one that's generally understood to be called interest-based politics, in which institutions, persons, organizations frame their efforts, orient their efforts in public policy around goals it's getting confusing because that guy's talking to me. Orients itself around goals. How do I say this? To the attainment and achievement of victory in contests surrounding their own particular interest. I can't fuck. That's like a really, really super rough description. I haven't read it in about 6 years, so I've also never found it to be particularly interesting in terms of like one site, and also two, like the particular theory. In America, it's particularly the case that interest-based politics is one of the ways that we do things. So it just sort of is, it goes without saying, and it sort of just is the way a lot of it works. If you're interested in business, you might want to look at it and see how that would apply to what you're doing every day. If you're in the music business, might want to read it in order to understand exactly what it is I'm doing when I read off the Grammy Award nominees. Good luck figuring that out. And you should probably go ahead. You should probably go ahead and read it. That book was assigned as part of a syllabus for a class that I took at New School, Eugene Lang. I was studying under Dr. Timothy Patrat, who was the meat packing guy, which is a weird way to say that, along with two other books, Robert Dahl's Who Governs and Clarissa Ryle Hayward's Defacing Power. So those three books would make up a particular conversation that I have already had. I don't feel like repeating, but since we're about to do a bunch of stuff here in Elite Dangerous with the powers, and I have been guiding you slowly through the process of trying to analyze what is going on within a diegesis, that might be something you can take in, read, and then make use of when trying to figure out what it is that, let's see, who's a good one? Well, for instance, the October Consortium. Why have they had the permit lock? What is their interest in the region? What about the release of the Pilots Federation permit lock, or rather the provision of Pilots Federation permits into HIP 86721? Can be viewed as a result of any number of groups, be it the powers or the Pilots Federation themselves, being allowed in there. Are the powers themselves being allowed in there, or are those permits only being released to the Pilots Federation? Who the fuck knows? This is all fiction. It's hard to do an analysis of a fiction, but you can if you'd like. That's one of them books that you can do that with. So that's my book recommendation. I'm going to send Jorah on a particular secret mission. To sit in an office for a while. I'm going to make myself some food. I'm fucking hungry. I'm done making my food. I'm going to eat my food.
You have traveled far to access my technological refinement.
Which is a predictable next step when it comes to someone who's just cooked a bunch of food. Gets food in my stomach. I might come back, I might not.
Kindest cordial greetings, Commander. Outsiders consider the inhabitants of my base to be cultish, somehow. Individuals. Farewell.
Takeoff procedure complete. Clear for departure. Warning. Weapons restrictions are in place at this facility. Flight control now offline. Goodbye, Commander. docking request before attempting to land.
Scan detected.
Access granted. Please head directly for Bay 30.
Scan detected. Scan detected.
Caution, deploy landing gear.
Landing gear deployed.
Confirmed contact, commence power down. It's good to have you with us, Commander. Access granted. Proceed to landing pad 04.
Landing gear deployed.
Procedure complete. Clear for departure.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hotel Alpha Lima. This is the Imperial Flight Operations Bureau. Please follow established docking procedures. Docking request approved. Set down on landing pad 20. Safe and secure. Execute system shutdown. Enjoy your stay, Commander. Your comfort is our top priority. determined flight path. Safe travels, Commander.
Frameshift drive charging.
Hotel Alpha Lima, please submit a standard docking request before attempting to land. Permission authorized. Please head directly for Bay 03.
Scan detected. Scan detected.
Speed restrictions are in effect at this facility. Please comply.
Landing gear deployed.
Ship is on the ground, engaging docking restraints. It's good to have you with us, Commander. Detachment complete. Maintain correct lane on exit.
Landing gear retracted.
You have left the no-fire zone. This is Traffic Operations, signing off. Clearance granted. Proceed to landing pad 02. Warning, landing gear not deployed. Landing operation complete. Commence system shutdown. Welcome, Commander.
Anyway, so I decided to go with double shot oversized for Juno's build. If you remember from earlier in the stream, I did overshot oversized for all of Jorah's frag cannons. And I decided to go with doubles for Juno's for a little bit of variation in my own enjoyment of what I'm going to be doing when I'm playing the game. Also, I took a look at it, and it looks like double shots do tiniest bit more damage in the immediacy, which is sort of the whole point of arming a bunch of frag cannons. Is to do like massive damage in a very, very short amount of time. So first thing I'm going to do is max out as much as I can before I run out of cracked industrial firmware, which will probably be about at the third one, maybe the fourth one. I'll probably have to get more mechanical components as well. Which sort of sucks, because I just picked some of those up. So what I might decide to do, probably needs more modified embedded firmware too. Let's do a little bit of, what do I call it? What's it called? Compromised nav beacon. Chill. CHILN. So I'm gonna hop onto the Majesty. I'm gonna refit my operations limpets, multi-limpets, and then go to a compromised nav beacon and start shooting a bunch of folks. Or cruising through systems or high, what do they call them? High grades. I done had dinner and it was good. So I'm as sluggish as I was before, both mentally and in terms of my energy. I mean, I'm probably feeling a little bit of emotional detachment. Due to having read that list of Grammy nominees, and realizing I have zero emotional connection to any of the artists on that list nor their music, which makes me feel really, really old. Older than a lot of things that I've experienced recently. So old now. How do I put this? I suppose where do I put this is probably a better question. Modified embedded firmware. And what is the other one? Cracked industrial firmware. Mechanical components and modified embedded firmware. Need a lot of material. Alright. Back to the ship. Majesty. Refit fits.
Takeoff procedure complete. Clear for departure.
What am I doing on? Still got notoriety level 3. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna be at least another day's worth of gaming. Or at least just fucking sitting and waiting. Before my notoriety level burns off, and I can hit up an interstellar factor for those bounties. I'm probably just a little tired as well. Not tired enough. Oh, I'll probably have it. Yeah. I'm just not feeling down in the dumps. Not really the feeling today, to be perfectly honest. It's just a day.
Welcome, Commander. Remain aware of other ships in your vicinity. Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander. Docking successful. Clamps engaged. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Maybe I should need to stretch more. That'll make my life okay. Thank you, Howard. That's indeed not how I intended to say that. It's not funny. I don't appreciate the fact that I have to sit here for the next 6 fucking hours with a notoriety level burning down because some people failed to do their jobs yet again and make it so that the killings that I was doing did not increase my notoriety level, even though they were during a mission that required me to do all of those things. Somebody.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
I can think of one thing I would rather be doing right now than fighting anything dangerous. No, I'm not going to tell you what it is. So that would be rude. How do I get reduced stellar factor? I don't want to stay here in your room. I have no reason to stay here in your room, as a matter of fact. So let's go to somewhere else. Just one second. I am indeed hearing DJ Shadow's Just the Right Thing in my head right now, so I'm going to play that. For those of you who don't know the song, by DJ Shadow, it's called Just the Right Thing. It's also not called Just the Right Thing, it's just called Right Thing, divided by GDMF-SOB. I'm going to turn off the mic for this song. Unless you guys want me to bust a mad flow over it, which I won't do.
This tape collection gets bigger every minute. I find it very hard to fit the music to the mood, and there's nothing worse than to make the wrong choice, except to sort right through and find nothing suitable. But then I find just the right thing. 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 Thing. The right 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 thing. Just the right thing. Just the right thing. The right thing. The right thing. Right thing. Right.
Pure energy.
The purpose of this record. Hold it. Hold it.
I like that song. That's a good song. Right, as far as songs go. Wasn't any of that stuff in the Grammys? Huh. Why isn't any of the stuff that I like anywhere that it would have to be? Me to be appreciably. For me to be able to appreciate the things I'm told I'm supposed to be appreciating. It's sort of like walking me into a museum and pointing out the McDonald's wrapper on the floor. Being like, that is the greatest piece of art ever. I love McDonald's. I've never thought of it in that way. Let's go that right now. Alright, I'm going to leave you guys here to sit and think about what you've done with your lives. In the past 6 hours when I've been sitting here doing nothing. Except making food like twice. I made breaded chicken fillets. Poured teriyaki sauce all over them. I made basmati rice. Put eggs on top of it. Which is a lot better than a lot of people are doing. But I can make that thing. In the States for one. Because they are indeed losing their food stamp payments. Because of the government shutdown, which is currently being fronted by the Democrats, apparently. Although I'm not buying that either, to be perfectly honest. It's probably just everybody being belligerent and stupid. Because you're all terrible garbage. Government doesn't deserve to continue to exist the way it does. Probably shouldn't talk like that. And also, I'm here in Italy under conditions that could be particularly conducive to potentially being of aid to the worsening of a lot of people's positions and situations. Without any benefit to anybody, including the United States. So, it's hard to know who should be shutting up. You guys, I suppose. Should I be the one who shuts up? Or should it be you guys? I can answer and volunteer myself to shut up. Now, because I'm just gonna sit. I'm gonna have a cigarette. I'll let you guys watch the jump. And then... she looks like she's drunk. And then I'll end the stream at a certain point. that is reasonable, I suppose. I'm just trying to burn off my notoriety hours, by the way, in case you were wondering why I did these 2 super long streams. It's because I'm fucking smart.